We're live. Live from Factory of Dreams. It's named by Rosen. This is the first show of the Doing the Time Thing tour. Named by Brooms. Why is that? Oh, because that's a... Oh, I see. There we go. Getting it all. Is it gonna go? Let's see. Sabertooth Tubi is here. Once a year bloomed Rosen's here. Staffy's here. Pierre's here. Big Child. Soda. Teenage Mutant Ninja Urkels. Watcher Lurks is here. Welcome back to Keshaka. Welcome to Bo and Noah 251. And welcome to DJ Molehill. Let's see. Oh, and Big Child gifted a sub, right? Was it to DJ Molehill? Thank you. Thanks for that gifted sub. We have someone here who found us on YouTube. Wow, that doesn't happen very often. That's awesome. Was that DJ Molehill? How did you manage to do that? I don't think I mean, I have a ton of videos, but not much presence on YouTube. So it's cool that... Oh, did you found us on YouTube from YouTube? Is that how you found out about the channel? Let's see. Yeah. Just sort of browsing? Oh, Bandcamp. Okay. Let's see. Well, let me know if you have any questions. It is. Oh, is there a high-pitched noise, Miri? Wait, what am I talking about? Okay. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions about the show. It's, Oh, I see. I get the joke. Yeah, no presents. Oh, it's hot. Turn on Kid's #1 fan in a moment. Let's see. Create new empty track. I finally did my whoops, don't save. I've finally ordered phase 1 of the construction materials, the aluminum. It took about 2 hours to do the order after I'd already figured out the order, right? It took about 2 hours just to put everything in my shopping cart and verify it. You know, did I triple check? I sort of triple checked. There were 200 items, although in fairness, some of those, a significant portion of them are really not different things. They're fasteners, brackets. This is how thick is your aluminum? Do you an aluminum flex? But this is the aluminum for for new folks. I am doing a van build. I got a van, and I'm gonna be moving myself and this show, although not everything you can see will fit, into a van. Traveling around. I'm gonna continue streaming, provided the internet gods look favorably on me. So I've been put in, I don't know, probably 100 hours now into planning the interior, which is going to look extremely boring to everybody. But it's all about building something that allows me to do this show really easily, both inside and outside, to be able to switch very quickly halfway through the show. I don't know, it's very possible I'll rarely be able to play outside just because of weather and whatnot, but I at least want to make it easy to whenever possible. But yeah, so I ordered that. I should have already ordered the electric, but I got distracted ordering the aluminum. But the aluminum's going to take longer, so I guess tomorrow I'll probably order all the electrical. And then the day after, or probably tomorrow, I'll start actively working on the van. Oh, and I set up Starlink and tested it, and it was, as expected, not great where I am. But it did work, sort of. And I'm hopeful that I didn't need it to work well here. I needed it to work well out in the middle of nowhere. But I promptly paused service because it's very expensive. And I'm not going to need it for at least 27 days, 30 days. Oh, did I see the dugster? Or did I imagine that? Yeah, there's Doug. How's it going, Doug? He says, once you have internet connection, Behemoth is not a great word, Behemoth. Would that mean you have unlimited internet, or is it a data plan? Yes and no, both. I'll have unlimited internet and I'll have data plans. So Starlink is unlimited internet if you can get it, right? If it's working. But the cellular internet is all going to have limited data. I'll probably get 3 cellular plans that will give me 50 gigabytes each, which is not a lot. But I only really need those for streaming. And I'm no longer going to stream in 1080p, I'll tell you that, although this stream doesn't really need high resolution anyway. It's a music stream, right? But I should be fine with, especially if Starlink works somewhat. Okay, let's see. You know, it's funny, I keep realizing problems with my build plan, you know, because, you know, the longer I think about it, the more I, you know, just realize I've made a mistake. But now that I've ordered, I've got to work with what I'm getting. There's no... But I realized that the way I was building this desk was not going to work for sitting down very well. For my knees were going to be hit by the keyboard, and so, or by the frame, and so it was this last minute thing last night, and I slightly changed the design of the desk to give me an extra 1.5 inches for my knees. It's still going to be not super comfortable, but and I figured out my instrument slider system, but that's going to be phase 2. That's probably not going to be till October. But I need to, I want to have everything basically figured out so that I'm anticipating, so I don't leave myself stranded when phase 2 comes around. But the concept of the instruments is basically the exact same as the desk, which is sliders on sliders. That's basically the thing, because the challenge is I need things to slide into the van and out of the van, one single thing. But then I have something on it that has to move from the front to the back. So they have to be independent, right? The keyboard has to be in the very front of the slider, the very back of the slider. So in the case of the keyboard, I'm just going to physically push it through this narrow passageway from one end to the other end. With the case of the instrument slider, what I came up with finally is a similar idea. There's a sideways slider that's going to slide out, and then the instruments are going to be their own thing that slide on the slider, so that the instruments can slide from the very front of the slider to the very back. But I think it's going to work. I'm definitely learning all sorts of stuff I never thought I'd find out about. Let's see. Okay. Cancel order and order again. Wait, what is that in response to? He says, could you install a camera 24/7? My buddy does stuff for social media, got a riffing about your van. And after browsing the church, we found out a lot of people just like watching rooms. It's probably more of an internet issue than... I don't think I'd want to do 24/7. I need my alone time. I need to be able to work without... I'm not as efficient when I'm streaming, so I would like to stream a lot, and I would like to do some IRL stuff if I can, like morning. As long as I'm not working, I could see doing a lot of streaming, but while I'm working, I don't know if I'd want to stream. But I thought it'd be fun to have a morning, because I like having a morning routine. It's a lot nicer to have a morning routine when I'm living basically outside. So I thought that could be cool to have a half an hour stream in the morning or an hour, but yeah, I'm gonna be so busy most of the time. Oh, but maybe you're saying Muti is it doesn't have to be voyeuristic, right? It could just be, it doesn't have to be on me. It could just be outside of the van, right? Is that what you were thinking? So it's like literally a security camera. Y'all could watch the van. Yeah, I might see that. I don't know about me being on camera 24/7. I don't think I want to do that. And Cobra's here. Hey, Cobra, 28 months. That what I ordered last night wasn't correct? Oh, I didn't make any mistake. I have nothing that is everything that I ordered, I meant to order. I think you might have heard me talking about I realized I made a mistake in my design, but I caught that last night and I changed it, but I did the order this morning. So I ordered what I wanted. Okay, first request ever. We got DJ Molehill. And this might have, I'm not sure if you manually did these or if it was from when you followed or if you followed, but we got a drum fill, a drum loop, and a sound for you. if they were random, you can always manually make requests in the future just in chat. And because Shaka's 5th request. Oh, congratulations, Soda. I'm really happy for you. Two offers. That's great. Are they in the Bay Area, or are you gonna potentially move? And me says exactly just 24/7 the same thing. I think there's no way that I could have 24/7 broadcasting ability. I don't think there's any possible way that yet, because it's definitely time, because I can't. There's not a good way to mount Starlink on the roof, and actually you can't. You're not even allowed to do that. I think officially you can't. Starlink has asked permission, but you can't do it yet. So I wouldn't be able to do it while I'm driving. But that's a good, I mean, the internet, that's a big question. I mean, I can't burn through internet doing a 24/7 stream unless, we'll see. But I do hope to be able to stream more than I do now, a lot more than I do now. You did some manual requests too, DG. Awesome. Says they both allow remote. Still plan to move back to the East Coast next year. Do you like working remote, or do you prefer going to the office? Different people like different things. I have a relative who's a software engineer, and he prefers working in the office, I think, but he's working remotely right now. Pierre's, if you want to set up some 24/7 commands. Yeah, that might be, I'll think about that. Well, I probably won't think about it until I'm in the van, but at that point, yeah. So this is remote is fine, but I miss the camaraderie, the coworkers. I paraphrased. So does I think I get less work done at the office than remote? It's like, it's like me streaming and trying to work at the same time. I'm so in it. Well, by what I feel like I'm usually, it's very inefficient compared to how I am usually. So I don't do it. Okay, let's see. Oh, big child named a sound unexpectedly stranded on Earth. How many commissions? A soda, user meta. Commission. You have. Says you still have 3 left. Let's see. Does that sound right? You had more than 3, right? What's nice is that I've done so much work already planning that when this aluminum comes, it's gonna be super fast. It's just Legos, right? I mean, all the pieces are already cut to the lengths I need. Okay, that's not totally true. There's some that I wasn't quite sure about, so I'm gonna have to trim them. But for the most part, things are cut to where they should be, and I just have to put, connectors on and so I think the electrical is going to take more time than, hey Mel, I am. It's going to take more time than the structure. Well, at least phase one of the structure. Okay, let's start getting ready for this track. Whoops. Drum kit. It's the Giants Professional Bowling League. Oh, a sound didn't load. Smooth. Which one didn't load? In my memories. In my memories, excuse me. And then we had dynamic. And then gift from the gods did not load. Gift. Okay, there it goes. Okay. First up. There it is. Oh, that's cool. Okay, let's make our beats. Okay, first up we got... Oh, meat is making me work. What is this? I have no idea. Tuesday? Oh, Moody Tuesday. Is that it? Moody Tuesday. Okay, let me think. Moody Tuesday. Okay, first up... Let's see. Okay. Okay, this is our first beat. And then DJ Molehill, so these beats, they get generated from the letters in your name, but there's also a randomization factor which changes which drum sounds are associated with each letter. So your name will generate, what do we figure, billions of different, but it's always connected to your usernames because you'll notice that the letters repeat. So in this case, the D's are all hi-hats. But next time, the D's might all be snares or kicks, or they might be open hats that are a combination kick-snare. So this is raw from the software, and then I'll make a few adjustments. Do I want to kick on one? I don't know. Let's not have a kick on one. It's sort of nice, that space. I like this kid. It's very aggressive. Okay, got our beats. So it is named as something, the illest. Sounds. Whoops. That's okay. First off, smooth jazz space station. Crumbs. In my memories. Hey, Solo. And then dynamic Megatronic. Although I don't hear anything. Which one is this? 4. Oh, that sounds messed up. Gift from the gods. And then feedback, of course, by DJ Molehill. Starts the improv. Soda named the sound Very Basic Music and Fee Fi Fo Fum. Your light show, okay. Set in this boat. Break this tie. Dion. Chosen option number 6. Feedback. Because every time your camera mechanism goes off, it freaks me out. Oh, I think that was the sound of the projector, maybe? You think Tubi's getting up? It sounds... Yeah, I guess it's sort of loud. Oh. Okay. That is sadly true, Tubi. Okay. Why do we not cut? Okay. This is all skewed. Whoops. Okay, here we go. Time to iterate. behemoths that'll crush you to the bone, and the moth flies just too close, and you feel your brain. There's a day of lies and truth. I'll tell you, let's call a truce, 'cause show me who I'm not, show me who I am. There's mud in the sky, mine and the lies. Thank you. Thanks for those calps. Let's see our titles. Whoops. Oh, is that the problem? Let's see, why is this? Try to debug something that's gone wrong a few times recently. Looking at my debugger. Headphones and yeah, it skipped it. Okay, what I was worried about. Okay, let me find these titles. What song are we on? Okay. Whoops. I don't know why that happened. Oh wait, so now that worked? Well, maybe it worked. Let's see. Big child like echoes in a tunnel. That did work. Oh, good. And we had from, oh wait, did I click on that one? I know this is a pun. But I'm going to consider it not a pun. Do not pass ghost. And Beauty, the Behemoth Experiment. One more. Once a year bloomed rose and flattened expectations. Okay, let's get the polls up on screen. I used a ton of titles as lyric inspiration. Dungeons and Dragons, Salient Frequencies, Big Child, Mind, My Knee, Muty, 24 Colors, Like a Behemoth to the Flame, Once a Year Rose in the Shadows I Move, Rose in High Flung Discs, Rose in Dreams of a Dark Night, Rose in Day of Thruth, Rosen Slow is not who I am. Staffy Synthetic Codex. Staffy sponsored by. Staffy Don't Discount Me Out. Staffy Be the Moth to My Flame. Oh, Botsky's here with 31 months sub. Thank you, Botsky. We had Flute, Melodica, voice, Tine piano. Hey to Amp Mods. And Kantar. How you doing, Kantar? It's been a while. What's happening? Yeah, a bunch of those titles, I misread them. And so you might, so I didn't, why did you do that title? It's because I misread the word, but it's still, I was inspired by it. Doug says you don't pick pun titles normally. I do. I do pick a lot. I pick a lot of pun titles, but I prefer to interpret some of them poetically and not as puns, and that's what I meant. I interpreted it as if it was not a pun, basically what I meant. Hey X, how you doing? Xparrow writes, Xparrow's making a big Twitch comeback. Oh, it's good to see you back. Tubi stole your money, Pierre? Here, I'll give you 33 cents. How do you know how to do it? Like that? Whoopi. Did I do this right? My own command? Because I typed colors. And you sang colors without you. Changed the whole vibe of the lyric. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Muty's hearing is so good. Muty hears silent vowels. You did not include the silent vowel. What am I looking for? Oh yeah. Web. What are we doing? Oh yeah. Oh, let's make it work. Okay. Let me shout a few more titles. Yeah, I can't remember when you were last here, Contar. I think you've been here since I started planning on the van, right? You've been here within the last year, I'm pretty sure, at least a couple times. Yeah, I finally got the van, and I'm gonna be building it the first phase this month, and hopefully starting right at the beginning of September to starting to do shows in the van. But yeah, anyway, some other titles, shout outs. Pierre TV, 24 flutes. Watcher Lurks is here with Amazon Jungle. So of Ma's rolled toothpaste. Dungeons and Dragons. Plate again, Sam. Mutie. Memory glands. Once a year bloomed Rosen. Yeah, I don't know what you meant to write, Rosen. You wrote a day of Thruth? Thruth. But I saw Truth the first time, so I sang Truth, inspired by that. And Rosen also did Dust of the Ages. Staffy around the library. Big Child, Invasion of the Unsolicited Mutant Raisins. I don't know why that made me think. I was like, what if in an alternate universe, instead of mutants molded my morals, we had raisins molded my morals? Mutant raisins molded my morals. What would that universe be like? If the comic characters were raisins, basically. Or maybe there's a parallel universe where we are all raisins. But then there's the mutant raisins. Mutant raisins molded my morals. It was supposed to be Truth. Once your boomed Rosen became character, a characterization of characters, Rosen. This was Truth in the Cage. Bax just sounds like the worst alternate dimension. Although in that dimension, Bax, there's this... I'm streaming, right? But I'm a raisin. And I just rant about when they put people in oatmeal cookies. You know? Truth in human advertising. If you're going to put humans in your pastries, it fundamentally changes the nature of the pastry. You have to include human in the title. And then that same streamer would say, and it's not that I'm against humans, I just want to know in advance that I'm going to be eating some humans. Otherwise, hey, I'm all for them. This makes no sense to anyone who hasn't seen me rant about raisins before. What is he talking about? What on earth is he talking about? Rose, that sounds like an Old Man Frank's kid. I think Old Man Frank loves raisins. Because Old Man Frank's basically a raisin, right? I mean, old and withered. Yeah. That quote's going to get me in trouble. Doug says Old Man Frank is a saint. Cobra says in Rick and Morty there's a scene where slices of pizza were ordering from a people place. Yeah. Okay, let's end this poll. And the poll is hot. I was going to put the fan on. Forgot. And it's Beauty. Beauty's named it the Behemoth. The Behemoth Experiment. I used to mispronounce this. How did I mispronounce it? Behemoth? Behemoth. Rose is Yeah, but he dreams he's a raisin. The people in the foods he always expects. That's true. You know, now I'm thinking about having Old Man Frank flashbacks to when Old Man Frank was younger. but, but he always looks the same. But he's in youthful situations, exactly the exact same way he does as an old person. You know. So I get a giant. Somehow I find. Well, I green screen it. I get a baby stroller, right? But then I have Old Man Frank in it. But Old Man Frank is wearing just doing the same voice, everything, you know. And the you know, and then I could cast. It could be me. I could be my own father, right? Old Man Frank's father, right? Goo gooing and gagaing at Old Man Frank. Oh, that reminds me. I had a whole sketch, Old Man Frank sketch with Goo Goo and Gaga in it. I forgot about that. I totally forgot. I've got a bunch of Old Man Frank sketches I forgot about. Anyway, okay. First request of type. We've got DJ Molehill's first drum kit. Rose's You're Your Own Grandfather, yeah. And DJ Molehill's fifth request, Kontar's 25th drum loop, Staffy's 1150th song. Cut. He says, I get the whole premise behind Tommy Pneumatic now. Old Man Frank is the raisin, Tommy keeps mentioning notes, and Penguin is like all cookie. His whole Tommy Pneumatic concept basically on an oatmeal cookie. Yeah, that's brilliant. Muty's mind works in amazing ways. Somehow Muty figured it all out. I thought it was going to take years. Okay, let's see. Set logic BPM, okay. Staffy says Tubi is the baking sheet. Wait, my name isn't on here, is it? I don't think it is. This is my order sheet. That's what I ordered today. Oh boy. Because it's a gift and a curse. Just imagine all the things I know in advance about myself and accuse myself of in advance. Oh, Soul Vibes is here. Okay. I would generate a bass line, sure. Hey, Megs. How's it going? Drum kid, tribal kid. Oh, thank you so much, big child. Thank you. Thanks for the donation. Thank you, thank you. Mace has been running around like crazy getting ready for a puppy. T-minus 30 days. That's exciting. Rosa, need us. About Tubi, how solid is Tubi's talking head? I mean, in reality or in the universe where Tubi talks? Okay. Okay, we got Kesh Shaka. I mean, Rosen, there's no canonical answer because I don't really believe in canon. I think canon is like being in a straitjacket with handcuffs on. But that's not totally true. There's instances where I'm okay with. Well, no. I mean, within a single story, I guess it makes sense sometimes to be consistent. But how about Tubi is a mess of digital and analog parts, clockworks, but also like microchips and maybe there's some steam in there. It's like every single every age of humanity is inside of Tubi's brain. So you have Flint and steel, right? maybe what starts Tubi's engine is flint and steel, but it's this very complicated modern robotic thing that strikes the flint and steel together. Which you would think if it could already move, why doesn't he do the flint steel? But that's Tubi, right? Yeah, every technology has been jammed together into Tubi's head and body. That's why Tubi is so out there. Okay, that's our first beat. And then Kantar back on the board. Rose, so a Rube Goldberg machine. A Rube Goldberg machine, except it doesn't go the way it's supposed to. You can see that the big sledgehammer is supposed to fall down and smash the watermelon, and the watermelon chunks are supposed to fly and hit dominoes, right? But instead, in Tubi's brain, the sledgehammer falls over sideways, setting off a different unintentional chain reaction. But again, not canon because maybe sometimes Tubi is a sleek supervillain genius with nuclear fission and Okay, got our beats. Sounds. Clean up on IAL4. Rose says it to be said it's also a small pocket dimension or multiple pocket dimensions. It could be, sure. You know, that would be a funny gag actually in a cartoon or something where you have Tubi a robot, and every time they never note it, right? It's never discussed, but for whatever reason, you know, Tubi's chest opens up every time, you know, or head opens up, and it's always different inside. Always different. You know, sometimes it might be what you expect. Other times it's a chicken laying an egg inside, you know. Or, you know, it's like he gets knocked in one of his adventures, he gets knocked over, his chest opens up, and you realize there's a symphony orchestra rehearsing inside of the cavernous space. Okay. Okay, and then we have Water Jewel Gift. I mean, for the sake of if you're talking about the emote for the Learn Stuff channel, I mean, an emote is so small, you've got very little space to work with much. So I think for that, it might be easy to just have it be solid, right? Or maybe you see some wires, you know, or something. But I would do what makes sense visually more than anything else. Okay, then we have Yellow Kernel. I mean, this is why are we filming these for Tommy Domatic? So many great ideas, so little moving images, just moving words. The reason is an idea that's I can just throw out one sentence idea. It takes what? About 5 seconds to say the idea. To actually bring the idea to life might take 5 years. But you're right. I gotta get Tommy back soon. F soda. And then we've got My Synth Cube Blues. Savs, you could use stock footage inside Tubi. I'm using a bunch of stock footage in the next episode, Staffy. Wait, I think I mentioned it. I think. Well, I'm not going to tell you how it is, but I think it's funny. I don't know if anyone else is going to think it's funny. I mean, it's not. I don't know. Okay. Anyway. If I ever finish episode 8. But yeah, inside of Tubi could be cool. Yeah, that could be a segue. Remember how in the first episode I did all the segues with the TV? That could be a way to segue. I mean, I have to build a way to open up. Well, I was going to use Tubi's mouth too. I remember I think we talked about that, of putting, I don't know if we talked about segueing or doing something in Tubi's mouth. But I could use Tubi's mouth as a segue between clips. Yeah, so here's the sound of the projector. It does sound like a... Rose, what is inside a tube? You could go mad and put the TV in Tubi's chest and use the TV in Tubi's chest. It could be this never-ending zoom where you open up Tubi's chest and you see the TV and you zoom in. Maybe that's what you're saying, Rose. And you zoom into the TV and Tubi's there with the TV. you just never-ending zoom. The infinite layers of Tubi. It's a tie. Let's break this tie. I see, Rosen, yeah. My synth cued blues. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. It's... Hey, Niplar. How you doing? It's good to see you. Niplar was, you were I think you were my second follower. It's really good to see you. How's life? How's everything going? Of course, I'm great. I've done a lot of everything. Life, kidding, yeah. That's good to hear. My big news, in case you're not here for a while, probably the next time you'll see me, I'll be in a van. We're about a month away, hopefully, from me starting to do shows in the van. And once I start, it's just going to be shows in the van. Because I'm not going to easily change my... Well, I won't be able to use this setup at that point anyway. So lots of things going to be happening in the upcoming year. Yeah, off-grid, yep. Well, I'm not gonna put solar up immediately, so I am gonna be somewhat... I'm gonna have a huge battery bank, but I'm gonna have to recharge, you know, plugged in. And I might get a gas generator as a backup. In the long run, I'm gonna have solar, but I'm not ready to make a decision as to how many and how I'm gonna do it exactly. So, but probably by the end of the year, I'll have solar, or almost certainly by the end of the year. Oh yeah, I have a new show on YouTube called Tommy Nomadic, and that's the best place to probably keep track of all the van stuff. It's a travel variety show. There is some music, but it's not a music show, it's a variety show with sketches and IRL stuff and random poetry and weird little show. Oh, we got, let's see, titles. Boanoa 251, World of Circles. Zophaf, Something's in the Water. Soda, Paying the Cobra. One more. Beauty with Gunpowder Omelet. Thanks, Beauty. I mean, it's still the same impasse, Rosen. I mean, I wouldn't call it an impasse. I'm not trying. That's the problem. I'm not trying. There's nothing in the way other than I'm not working on it. I'm working on other things, but yeah, hopefully soon. What I finished today was huge. Ordering all this stuff was critical that I did it now, because it's going to take at least 2 weeks for it to arrive, maybe 3 weeks. So I had to get that done. I need to order the electrical, and then I need to get started on the actual build, which what I have available to me to do just over the next week is not a lot. So I think I'll be able to do Tommy over the next week. I think. We'll see. I'm also way behind on lots of other stuff, though. Like Bandcamp. I owe like 6 albums. I didn't realize I gotten so far behind. Oh, thanks, Nipar. I remember Nipar. You had there was a whole, if I remember right, there's a whole Swedish crew, right? You at one point you had a bunch of your friends came and hung out with us. I'm trying to remember their names. How are they doing? Oh, we got a sub. Thank you, Nader Chaser TV. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. They're great. Awesome. Please remember that show, $6 Million Man? You're putting so much time and money in the van. We could do a segment called the $6 Million Van. Yeah. I mean, it's a ton of money for me, but compared to some of these vans, I mean, people do $150,000 van builds. So I am light years away from that. But from my budget point of view, I'm spending money I don't have, so it's a lot of money for me. Okay. That was a weird track. A little weird, wasn't it? I feel like I mean, I haven't played many video games, but this sort of quirky combination of different vibes sort of feels video game-esque. Like this would be the, things have gotten intense. You're trying to get through the level. There's fireballs flying at you. I don't know. Let me shout out some titles. Amp Mods, Timely Timpani. Dungeons and Dragons, the sunscreen don't care about your problems. Muty, Shuffle Your Molecules. Pierre TV, Chipmunk Robot. Staffy, Human Event. Boanoa 251, Mysteries of Everything. Oh, thanks, Beauty. Beauty gifted a sub to Niplar. Thank you. This is almost sort of a Stardew Valley kind of thing, except for the low synth is a little dissonant. But there's probably not a lot of dissonance in Stardew Valley soundtracks. So this is someone who checked out my bootleg ETC Kid Radio, said it sounded like video game music. I know it's a lot of money to build a van. Why I feel so much empathy. I keep getting ads for that big blue Dutch thing you mentioned. Victron. And the price keeps dropping my jaw on my Dutch floors. Yeah. Y'all weren't expecting this at the end, were you? I didn't expect it. We have this random sort of old, super old school, you know, sort of Dixieland swing jazz trumpet solo. Oh no, Teenage Mutant Ninja Urkels became mutant raisins molded my molars. Dungeons and Dragons became red bugs and rice. How long has it been since I did fade out, Rosen? It's a while. It's funny, in the early years, in our first year of the show, first couple years, I faded out almost every song, right? I think I faded out everything. And then I also used to use this one effect on the master all the time, which would put delay on everything. Everything. Reverb and delay on everything. But I would do it to sort of intensify the track. You know, I just sort of, I almost never do that anymore. I still use that effect on individual tracks. Okay, let's end this bow. Oh, we have this cool feature sound. I've been really forgetting to demo these. That's quite a sound. Yeah, what I do a lot more of now is I do fade outs that aren't fade outs, where I'll often sort of take out instruments one at a time or two at a time until there's just one, or I do that a lot more. It's very difficult to do coordinated endings. Someday, I mean, you know, if someday I have ideas of how I could do them a little easier from a technical point of view, but it just takes a long time to create an ending, right? I have to essentially create all the loops, but y'all can't hear them, so I have to do them without you being able to hear them, so that when it happens, it feels like an ending. It's time intensive to do that, so I don't do it very often. Let's end this bowl. Sometimes I'll do have the drums match what the instruments are doing, so they all sort of line up at the very end. These I love fade outs to kind of play a new section or sing in a new register. See how it's good or better than whole song and they just deprive you of it. You know it's good or better, yeah. Let's break this tie. Yeah, there's lots of times in rock and where they'll have solos at the end because rock music generally it's it's not jazz, right? So they fade out on the solo, or the vocalist is riffing, and you just you want to keep. I want to hear the rest of the solo, you know, because they probably jam for like 10 more minutes. And Soda's named it Paying the Cobra. Paying the Cobra. And okay, we got first request ever from Boanoa251. It's going to get a drum fill, a drum loop, and a sound. And I think those are from when you followed. You got some random requests submitted. In the future, you can manually make requests in chat or make requests, using the on-screen extension. Whew. When I was testing Start.Length today, and it's going in and out, in and out. It felt like I was in 1995. I mean, Comcast has, as y'all have witnessed, a lot of issues with uploads, but don't really ever have problems with downloads on Comcast. So that's what I mean. I was like just trying to do some Google searches to test. And it's just, just sitting there. Mutant Raisin Mold My Moral says chat should have a fade out button as well for the talking. Could be a fun way to see how long it takes till you realize between songs. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Full screen. Drum kit. First up, we got Boanoa. Okay, got our beats. No, it's just one beat. And then Muti. sound is... That drum kit's a little drunk. Okay, sounds, we got Soda with Interrupting Bot. Away in the Elven Kingdom. And then the random sound request from Boa Noah's Follow is Chinese DZ Flute. Rose and Quiet, we hear the Cosmos' Lamentations. Red Bugs and Rice, Full Pattern Madness. Staffy's Zebra Xylophone Island. That's not right. What happened here? Oh, did all the sounds get off one? Okay. Oh no, it's just the last one. Oh, good. Yalvik, which sound starts the improv? Okay, let's end the poll. It's Allegra. Hey, thank you so much, Allegra. 62-month subs is 5 years. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty. I got the van. You might have heard of that. Heard about that already. And hopefully, I'm going to start doing shows in the van in a month. About a month. How are you? You're on summer vacation? Are you teaching summer school? Yeah, if anyone's not following on YouTube, Tommy Pneumatic, that's my other show that I started that will hopefully be a weekly thing again once I'm in the van. Okay, whoops. You're on break. Oh, that's good. Awesome. Summer vacation. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. why I have my doubts. No one showed me all the constants or the variables that broke things out. Silence that fills the air, it all makes sense now. Count the dreams, count the lies, stuck in an equation that won't ever be solved. Better wake up before it's too late. Better wake up before the world spins away. Better wake up before it's too late. Better wake up before the world spins away, spins away. You take this bottle of light, throw it to the sea. Take the bottle of light, what will you be? Oh, light. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh. watch that constellation do a pirouette across the sky. time. There's a city of stone. We'll be here to the end of time. Thanks for those cows. Oh, did I not end that? Whoops. Hey, Parts, I remember when I first watched your studio's brown yellow, so you played a lot of sound that I picked. Yeah, that was in California, and yeah, I was there in that studio for what, 3 years? 3.5 years? And I've been here 2.5, almost 3 years. Or yeah, about 3 years. And then it's weird how transitions sort of happen. You know, I started this show in the fall of 2016. I moved here in sort of August, September of 2019, and I'll be leaving here in sort of August, September, October of 2022. Does that mean I'm going to be in the van for just 3 years. I would think it'd be longer than 3 years. Oh, we got a commission for Doug. Is this a draft? No. Did a recommission, okay. Recommission of... Oh, titles. Let's see what we have. Staffy Mosaic Metropolis. Red Bugs and Rice, Unfinished Dreams. Rosa, no one showed me. And one more. Zophaf is becoming one. Uses in 3 years you'll move into your tour bus. Do arenas and bigger venues. Venues so big if you have tickets in back row, it takes 2 days to hear you sing. That's what I wish for you. Oh, thanks, Beauty. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. What am I doing? Shows. Let's see, where is it? Okay, there we go. No, songs. That's what I want. Songs. VOD notes. Whoops. Oh, did I not copy it? Ah, I thought I copied it. Okay. Let's do the vote. used a lot of titles as lyrics. Bono 251 bottles of light as silence fills the air. Cities of stone, red bugs and rice. No one asked me. Known variables. Blue's here. Blue tumbleweed with beautiful sheep. But sheep made me think about sleeping, so I sang the word sleep. I think. A big child, quantum inequations. Muti fade out. And waking up before the deadline, Rosen, no one showed me, and now you see all of me. And Staffy with no one told me, and no one heard me, and it makes sense now. And a Staffy, I see a little pirouette of a man. Oh, and Allegra, thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, I just saw it. Thank you. Big donation from Allegra. Thank you, Allegra. Allegra does hashtag 4 on the floor and pie chart. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Honor for Allegra. He says, you ever eat fish? You have a fishing rod. Tell us a fish story. You know, I haven't had a lot of fish in my life. I've always enjoyed it when I've eaten it, but it just hasn't been, the opportunities have not manifested, you know? Very often, but yeah, I don't know why, it just hasn't. Now I want to eat fish. Now I want some. Chow, what's your favorite fish? For somebody who I haven't eaten that many fish, what would you recommend? Oh, we had a raid from Boom Music. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Hope you had a great stream. Oh, and welcome to Retro Roadshow. And hated Chilsey. Hero Papaya's here. Frogger1234. Frogger says goldfish. Red bugs and rice and salmon is the best fish. Yeah, that's what I've had that a few times and I really liked it. Hero Papaya says sushi. I'm allergic to fish, seashell demons. Ooh. Zophaf says haddock, salmon, flounder. Hey, Zophaf. Stabby does the tuna. Zophaf says cod is the OG. Swordfish. Oh, wow, yeah. Definitely never had that. Let me shout out some other titles. Blue Tumbleweed in a Mudslide, Stealing Badlies. Niplar, Second to Best. Rosen, Reality is True. Mutant Raisins Molded My Molars, Spinsomnia. Boanoa 251, Streams of Boiling Water. Red Bugs and Rice, Slumberjack. X says, I've had a lot of cats, but I've not one has enjoyed fish. Send this pole. Tie. Let's break the tie. Cronus is chosen. Unfinished dreams. My first pet, Medias. My first pet was Jiffy. Jiffy Starchild was my first, yeah. Who many of you know. Dog is named Unfinished Dreams. I think eventually, if things work out with the van and everything, and you know, maybe in 6 months or a year, well, maybe in a year, I'll get a dog to join me on my travels. We'll see. Yeah, my family just didn't have pets. They did, well, I guess they did after I'd left the house and I had been away for a while, yeah. So, but when I was growing up, yeah, no. I guess my dad had a aquarium, but I did not develop a bond with any of the fish in the aquarium that I recall. Okay. Oh, you know, we should do our, Tubi, you there?
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah. You ready to do some polls for us?
Totally.
Okay, here we go.
I've been saving these questions since the 27th of May. It's time for Pose and Pies. Here's the question. Which of the following would you most like for your next birthday, and your options? 1. Googly eye. 2. Rolling pin. 3. Cat. 4. Turkey frill. 5. Art Asia Pacific. 6. Transistor.
Which of the following would you most like for your next birthday? A googly eye, rolling pin, a cat, turkey frill. Is that a thing? What is turkey frill? Art Asia Pacific or transistor? Is Art Asia Pacific, that's a magazine, right? I mean, I already have googly eyes. I don't think I can handle any creature, so no cat right now. Rolling pin, I don't know what I'd use that for. I guess I'm gonna go transistor. Oh, Beauty says it's a paper fill or booty attached on the end of the turkey or other poultry drumsticks. Okay. I'm going transistor, okay. Transistor, okay, one more.
Swell. There is nothing wrong with your low-fat turkey jerky. Do not attempt to adjust the acrylic painting. That's a portrait of the late Dombro, Oklahoma. We are smacking transmission. For the next week we will control all that you lob and marinate. You are about to experience the rip-roaring and majestic, which reaches from the Alabama to the Posen Pies. Here's a question. Which of the following places would you most like to visit? And your options. 1. A botanical garden in Calgary. 2. Estonia. 3. Your worst nightmares. 4. Netherlands. 5. Week-old restaurant.
Why are you out of order? Which of the following places do you most like to visit? A botanical garden in Calgary, Estonia, your worst nightmares, the Netherlands, or a week-old restaurant? I mean, I feel like I've already visited my worst nightmares. I don't need to be there again. We all got to go to the Netherlands to visit Beauty. Let's see what. And it's the Netherlands. This is that 4 as well. Muty, are you a homebody? I'm a homebody. So a van is perfect because I can be both a homebody and the opposite of that simultaneously. It's perfect. It's not so much that I'm a homebody, it's that I'm a work body, I guess. I need to be near where I'm doing my thing. You know, whatever my thing is, I want to be near it. Because I love going on holiday for the experience and the journey, but I hate the experience and the journey while I'm there, if it makes sense. Let's see. Oh, and I just saw your notes off half about can't be many places dog restricted. Yeah, no, there's a lot of challenges to having a dog on the road, which is one of the reasons I mean, there are a bunch of reasons, but one of the reasons why I would wait a while. You know, it's a big responsibility, and yeah. Oh, take care, Bo and Noah. Thanks for all your awesome titles. Whew. Was it the armband for the Cam 3? I think it was around 100 or 150 bucks. It's not cheap, but I agree. I think eventually that'd be really nice. Yeah, we'll have. I think probably to start it might just be one camera unless I'm able to figure out the camera switching software that I wrote. I don't know that it's going to work on when I switch from the PC to the Mac. So I'm going to have to rewrite it probably. I don't know how long it'll take before I can do that, but I think we'll have at least 3 cameras. Probably not 4. we'll have a, I will not be moving around like I do here, where I have two different angles, you know, where I mean, we'll have inside and outside, but they'll each be one setup. I won't be able to. So I'll have one camera that's a wide shot that's straight on. I'll have one that's a close up that is diagonal, right? But sort of, so the wide shot will show the keyboard, sort of this kind of framing. The close shot will be more sort of like what camera 3 is now. And then we'll have a side shot, which is going to be like camera 2, which when we're outside, I think it'll be super wide angle. So you'll see the van pretty big, not the whole van, probably just like half the van and the scenery, and I'll be standing, so you'll probably have full. Yeah, actually, yeah, I've never done a full body shot on Twitch, I don't think. I mean, in the old studio, I had so much space. Sometimes I'd, move all the way so far back from the camera, but yeah, I think it's important to sort of show the oh, that's a reason to be. I might maybe I'll have to get a window on the slider door someday. Because I was gonna say, I was thinking I was gonna have a camera outside of when I have to be inside the van because it's dark. I was thinking I could have the door open and have a shot where you see sort of the silhouette of the van and maybe some stars. Well, probably not stars. I'd have to be. Well, you might see some. But that won't work when it's cold. But if there was a window. But no, that makes it that much colder. We had a melody. Iros. Whoops. This is why not make yourself easier, just do 2 cameras. I mean, it's not, from a coding point of view, it's not going to be any different if it's 1 camera or 4 cameras, because it's basically, the coding issue is whether or not my software can talk to my camera switch or the hardware device. If it is, because the program I use in the PC, I use a third-party program, it's not available on the Mac, so I need to find another program. But if that's there, then it's easy to do. The only challenge of having multiple cameras is physically having to set them up. But the main station, the thing I'm designing to have the monitors and everything, I think I'm going to have the cameras built into it, so that they're just permanently there, sort of. Well, I don't know if I might have to take them off between shows, but they'll have mounts, and so it would just be a third camera. They would have to be mounted somewhere else. Good jack control camera with banana shirts. You do all the switching. Yeah, the problem with that is that there's gonna be a lot of delay, so it wouldn't. And there's actually, the camera switching is intelligent. It's not that intelligent, but it's a little intelligent. It works on rules where it knows if I'm playing keyboard or if I'm playing an instrument. And so if I'm playing keyboard, it's going to tend to do more wide shots so you can see the keyboard. If I'm singing or playing an instrument, it's going to do more close shots since you don't need to see as much in the frame with the keyboard. So I think it would not be as good because people would be switching based on, yeah. But I'll think about it. Yeah, eventually what I mean, I think what would make things so much better is if I had zooming, slow zooms. The camera quality is not high enough, but if I could eventually get 4K cameras, we could still do 1080p, but by using the 4K, we could zoom in. We could have these slow zooms. We could have slow pans. It would make it look so much more interesting visually. It's just I hate fixed cameras like this. I prefer shaky handheld. That would be the best thing. That would look the best for what I do. I mean, sometimes on the slower stuff, you want a little more stability in the shots, but in general, shaky camera, I think, is the best look for music. Any music that has energy, I'll say that. If it's really sort of super chill, then you don't want that shaky camera. But the rest of the time, uses a selfie stick. I thought we could have a fourth camera that's overhead. The what's that shot called? It's like the God shot or something. You know. But yeah, I don't know. There's not really that much use for a fourth camera. I just have one, but in the van I mean, really, it's those three angles cover things, pretty well. Blues' shaky handle. I'm reminded of the helmet cams. I call it the vomit cam. Yeah, I don't mean shaky where it's just like that, but just what it looks like when a camera person is not using a steady cam but is using their body, which is, a good camera person is not going like this, but there's constantly movement that's very slow, and it just gives the shot a lot of life, But in action movies, you'll often see that shaking, and it creates energy, Static shots are not good for energy. But the vomit cam. Okay, drum kit. A feed cam so we cover all angles. Just me tapping my foot. You know what, the feed cam, it should be below my shoe, right? So you have sort of all the light and then darkness, 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 light, darkness, light. I think that. And if it was with a fisheye lens, it would almost give the perception that you're underneath the foot about to get squished, because the foot would get sort of warped as it came towards you. That would be really easy to do. Just get a plexiglass, clear plexiglass, and just put the camera on the other side. Uses feet tapping cams, untap market. That made me so happy. Yeah. Okay. First up, Hanuman. Okay, and then we have Coffee is Good. Okay, got our beats. Sounds Liquid Enigma. And then Doomsday. Dank Overlord. Autobot 1. Voices from the Crystal Void. Sad Dreams. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Rose says, "You ever have an assistant, or would you have someone help you over the internet?" I don't think I'd have an assistant, but I do. You know, we might have a mobile. If the internet's reliable enough, well, I mean, it will be if I can stream. So yeah, I might have someone help at some point. Get someone to help run the show remotely. Because we've been talking about assistants since 2017, I know. Yeah, a kid can dream. Red Bugs and Rice says, use the original titles Fanfare for the Augmented Man and Fang for the Heel of a God as inspiration. Include at least one F in your title. Zophaf says, I thought Tui was the assistant. Yeah, Tui helps with a lot of stuff, for sure, but I've automated this show as much as I can, but it still remains so complicated to run. He says, what would be the definition of a good assistant for you? I think some people like someone who's hands-on, some people like people who run everything by someone, and then there are tubies. I mean, the immediate needs I'd have for an assistant would be there wouldn't be a lot of improvising. Paradoxically, you know, it'd be pretty repetitive, right? Which is why I don't want to do it. So I would love to pay someone else to do it if I had the money. Rose says, you know, have programs. Well, there's, I mean, you can use, Apple has built-in screen share software that you can open up, you know, a VPN, basically. I mean, it would also be theoretically possible to have a software program that someone runs on their computer, so they don't actually log into my computer. They basically just control aspects through. It's in this boat. Doomsday. Okay. What about volunteering, Rosen? The nature of what it would involve, I wouldn't feel comfortable not paying somebody, right? There are lots of fun things related to the show that I feel okay. I mean, I would prefer to pay for everything. I'd prefer to pay y'all for every title you submit, you know. But the nature of what it would be and the need for it to be really reliable, I just would feel best paying. I would only feel comfortable paying, I think. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Here we go. Oh, didn't I turn that on? Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Let me fix the album cover. Forgot to. I need to write a script that does this for me. Okay. Thank you, Doug. Thanks for the commission. Recommission. A lot of powerful sounds with that. It was different. Oh no, I take you didn't like it. Although, you know, for me it's good. I don't want it to be the same, so. I'm sure it'll grow on me. Uh-oh. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna have one more. We just have time. We're gonna do a 4 on the floor for oh, thanks, X. 4 on the floor for Allegra. Titles. Rosen of Flute and Stone. Muty freezing your fire. It reminds me of that. I don't quite know it by memory, but the I think I erased Fire and Ice by Robert Frost. Y'all heard that before? It's very short. I think it's what inspired Game of Thrones, right? So Fire and Ice. Some say the world will end in fire. Some say in ice. From what I've tasted of desire, I hold with those that favor fire. But if I had to perish twice, I think I know enough of hate to know that for destruction, ice is also great and would suffice. Staffy Threat in the Fantasies of Hypnos. And one more. Oops. Zophaf, a woodland man with flint and steel. Uses we have lighting effects when you go bananas on the synth. It's like watching Frankenstein create a monster. I don't do it as much as I used to it because my pitch bend is messed up. So anytime I do it, I risk messing up the keyboard. So I don't do it as much. I need to try to figure out how to fix it. Okay, 4 on the floor. Did I try blowing some air into it? I found a video on YouTube where somebody fixed it. Seems pretty simple, but you know, my time is so limited. My worry is I open it up and then I mess something up and then I'm without a keyboard, and so that's why I still haven't dealt with it. I'm designing the van around this keyboard in a way. So if it breaks, I'll need to get one almost exactly the same. Well, one that's has to be the same height. Well, it can't be any taller, I should say. Oh, and Father 5 with a 47-month sub. But you know, as Muti wrote, and the jiggle is the last resort. That's how I fix it every time. That's exactly how I fix it. Because what happens is it starts bending the pitch even though I'm not playing. It did that on the second or third song. Things were all really out of tune because it was just bending them. But yeah, that's how I fix it. I do one quick and let it slip back into place. So jiggle is the solution. Well, the short-term solution. Some other titles we got, Soul of Maz, Turnable Stars. Turnable Stairs. I kept misreading. The first time I thought it said Turntable Stars. No, Turnable Stairs. And then Big Child Parallel Raisins. Pierre Wild Ride. Zophaf's Race Against Time. Boa Noah Metal Dream. Beauty with Kid's number one fan. Kid's number one fang, excuse me. And then Staffy, Heat for the Forehead of Kronos. Blue Tumbleweed in a Mudslide, Fire Truck. Okay, let's end this poll. He says Arturia owes me. And it's Zophaf's named a woodland man with flint and steel. Thanks, Zophaf. Thank you, Doug. Oh no, what did I do? Oh no. Oh, whoops. It's okay, I've just slowed down. I pressed something I shouldn't have pressed. And I don't know how to get back to my main view. How did that happen? Oh, does that not work anymore? There we go. First requested type, Boanoa's first drum kit. We had a quote from Ethan the Hawk. Ethan the Hawk Master. Was that the character, the sort of MacGyver character, except MacGyver in a fantasy setting? I can't remember. I think that might be what it was. And they were very sort of jaded. Not doing it for the right reasons, if I remember. Okay, drum kit. Down tempo, but we're doing 4 on the floor for Allegra. Nipplar. And then blue. Rose, in the past stories, I think when I start telling storytelling, when I start doing stories again, and once I've done another 400, I've only done about 100, I think. Once I've reached around 500, then maybe I'll start putting the new ones up and very slowly put the old ones. But I don't want to put the old ones up until I feel like I'm actively engaged and growing as my skills. You said, I love how little bits of information can bring back memories. It was that type of story you say you don't remember, but then you do sometimes. It's a little easier to remember the stories than the songs because they're just a lot fewer. You know, there's 50 times fewer stories. Sounds, we've got metered electric. Oh, good night, soul vibes. Are we getting in 5 songs? Funky look. Planets to sing. And that sound's not working. Is that one of the ones that's not working? Oh, that's not working. And then, whoops. Because maybe instead of sharing anecdotes every now and then, you could just start a story, tell nobody, and then see when chat realizes after you mention dragons and channels. Yeah, do it. If I do it with a totally straight face, it'd be really difficult, you know, where it starts out totally mundane. Like, you know, I went down to the corner store because I was out of laundry detergent. I was just getting a little package of laundry detergent. And I was at the register, and these dragonflies were flying out of the cigarettes, you know. And while that was happening, I noticed that, you know, talking this totally as if it's pretty ordinary, you know. That stained glass sparkles Allegra. Rose says, please don't smoke, as if I need my voice to be more gravelly. Right. Okay. You almost done it. I was captivated. Don't chew on the pen, Rosen. Didn't you know that this pen's purpose in life was to be a 9 stick, not a writing utensil. No. When this pen was born, when it was in elementary school, say, what do you want to be when you grow up? Do you want to be a pen? No, everyone else is a pen. I don't want to be a pen. I want to be a 9 stick. And then dragonflies flew out of the pen. Okay. Light show. He says humans already contain so much microplastics. I know, man. What are we doing to our planet? Send this boat. Planets that sing. Okay. Oh, the Arctic Soul. I was measuring stuff in the van, and it started pouring, and I mean, like the most rain I've ever seen in New Mexico. It was just. So I sort of was stuck, which was fine. I just kept working, measuring stuff and figuring out stuff. But it's so nice being in a car. I think being in a car when it rains, the sound of the rain, you just it's so much more vibrant than in a house, or if you've ever been in a house with a tin roof, I love it. Love the sound. Like that's just the best way to fall asleep. I think is rain, not a ferocious hurricane or something, but just nice, steady, gentle rain. Pretty awesome. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Hey, Mirror Vision. Thank you. How you doing? Oh, it was your birthday recently. Happy birthday. When was it? It was on a... Oh, thanks, Daffy. Thanks, Soul. Let's look at these titles. Red Bugs and Rice, hello Modem. Meet you with Tickle Your Gods. Oh, hey, Queen's here. Huggun with Play That Thing. One more. Staffy, I could have been a boxer. Oh, good night, Awagra. Have a good night. Great to see you. Oh, we had a raid from the Moron Bros show. Thank you for the raid. How happened 20 minutes ago. Sorry, I was in the music mode. How did it go? How was your stream? Hello and welcome back to Keegan Anarchist 1, Melissa Marie 666. And welcome to Sin 031389. Oh, thanks, Rosen. Did I forget to... Oh, I didn't forget yet. Okay, Tine piano, saxophone, trumpet, whoops, trumpet, voice. Okay, let me shout, some titles. Watcher lurks with boss battle. Rosennetyle your star. So of Maz, the ring of phone. Boanoa 251, slow down lightning. Staffy, the pepperoni to my pizza. Blue tumbleweed in a mudslide. Arrow odd Sudoku, wish me luck. Red bugs and rice. Going out in stylophone. Mutant raisins molded by molars. Yelling at walls. Aguino the backtrack. Let's end this poll. And Doug has named it Hello Modem. Thank you, Doug. Hello Modem. Okay, we're gonna start winding down, but I know everyone's totally sick of this, sick of seeing this, but this is like my entire life right now. This hideous color scheme. So I'll show you what I got today. What I ordered. Let's see. I mean, y'all have seen this, but can I show it? What? Why do I see? Oh. This is what I ordered today. I ordered. It's weird. It doesn't look like much. Okay, not these actually. I ordered the aluminum bars for this part right here, and the aluminum bars for this thing, and these two bars. That's it. And it was a ton of money, and it was a ton of hardware. But this is the lower half of this structure I'm building the van, and this is the most important part. This is my sliding desk that is going to have keyboards on it. Well, one keyboard, so that I can do shows inside and then pull this whole thing, pull it out, and do shows outside. So this is basically all that the structure I'm going to build before I actually start doing stuff in September. But then the long-term structure is all of this stuff. Which is going to be filled with drawers and be more my bed is. My bed, I'm going to sleep up here in this loft area. But then here was my challenge, is I wanted to have my wall of instruments slide in and out. And I think the solution I've come up with is this. Let's get rid of all this stuff so we can see it a little better. So the challenge is that I need to be able to have the instruments accessible outside of the van, like what the wah is essentially, but also inside the van. But how do I move that all the way from one side to the other side? You cannot get sliders that are, you cannot get drawer slides that I have looked so much. You cannot get basically 8-foot drawer sliders that go both ways. And they cost you could get 4-foot drawer slides and have them go each opposite directions. But that's heavy duty, is very expensive. So I'm going to do a dual slider. So there's going to be these U's right here, U channels, a channel here and a channel up here, and then this blue frame is going to slide in and out of those channels. But how do I have the instruments be able to go from one end of the big frame to the other end? So I'm going to have another channel mounted to the blue frame, and then the instrument box, let's see, let's slide these out. So the whole thing slides out. Let's get rid of this thing. So the instrument box will be able to slide on this so it can go anywhere in there. So when I'm outside, it'll slide to here. When I'm inside, it'll slide to here, and then we'll slide the whole thing back into the van. And these boxes represent the different instruments. What it's going to be is I'm going to have a foam that I'm going to have cut out to shape the instruments. So this is where a guitar would go, the soprano sax, the flute, trumpet, melodica. And theoretically, someday maybe I'll have an acoustic guitar and that could fit somewhere. But I think it's going to work. It's not going to be nice and smooth, but I think it will move. I think it's going to solve the problem. Anyway, it's all I've been thinking about I've probably spent 30 hours since I last saw you. Wait, I saw you on Saturday? Okay, so probably only 25 hours. Oh, thanks, Mirror Vision. Oh, me says, what's your advice to a novice scatter? You go boopity boopity dooey. When I try to go, he learned his focus. Some old jazz who said do scatting because he was shy and all. I mean, I have a different style than the majority of scat singers. The majority of scat singers, to my ear, they are focused on the syllables. Like they're coming at scatting from singing lyrics and words. And so they do those very exaggerated syllables a lot, like what you wrote, the boopity boppity, skibidi boppity ba, zibidi, this very, and I personally don't really enjoy that style. I started scatting before I sang lyrics, and so my scatting comes out of playing instruments, meaning I do less syllables, less dramatic. I do a lot less consonants. I do some, and sometimes I'll do a little more traditional type scatting, but in general, I have I would say a more flowing style because I'm not singing all those hard consonants that just break up the flow. But I would say it's not that my way is the right way. It's just what I like. But I do think it's worth, if you're scatting, trying. I think if you worry too much about the syllables you're singing, then you're not going to really think about the shape of what you're singing. And so I think, especially as you're starting out scatting, I think it's really worth it to simplify all the way down to just one syllable. one syllable, just play around with your voice and just see what you can do with one syllable, and then you can add sort of more, you know. But I'd say that the core of my scatting when I start singing fast notes is more of it's like a right. So it flows in a way that you know, you can't even, it's almost impossible to do syllables that fast. But simplified syllables they just roll off the tongue, so to speak, right? And then I'll use syllables more for accent, more variety to give accents, and you know, but again, I'm thinking like a horn player, not like a person singing lyrics. So I'm, in a lot of ways, I'm mimicking the kind of articulations and accents. You know, I would say, I don't know if that's, but yeah, I would say just simplify to start, and not worry about syllables, and then you can sort of add them in. Oh, and I'm working on my the toilet chair prototype we started talking about. I mean, what I really want, I don't know if it's going to be practical, but what I really want is, this is not the right file, is it? Well, it's not going to look much different, but I really want to do something with where I want to put a hinge right here, and so this whole part, the seat part, that whole thing sort of opens up, and then you have the toilet underneath it. That's the goal. But yeah, and then here's the toilet, the blue bucket. Well, it won't be blue. Oh, and this is the other thing I had to order today, was the for my laptop platform. I want it really self-contained so I don't have to unplug cables all the time. But right here can be my interfaces built into it. This is the ridiculously large Starlink modem. This is the cell modems I'm going to have. And then a laptop, I don't know, probably the smaller monitor. Then cameras are going to here, there'll be a camera mounted here. A microphone stand that sort of suspends over, all contained, locked together. So I was just ordering the framing, this stuff. Anyway. Oh, and hey to Gamer Girl, 6942099. Did I miss anything? Let's see. Just scrolling to see if I missed any chat. Rosen, I don't have any pictures now of the band. Oh yes, Mirovic, I see someone answer you, but yeah, I gave up on Ford. I gave up. So I just bought an overpriced used van that was more expensive than the new van I was going to get. It wasn't. I guess it wasn't more. It was essentially more expensive, but no, it was. Yeah, it was basically. Well, it was the same price. It was about the same price as a new van, but. But yeah, I ordered it 8 months ago, 9 months ago, and I mean, I've heard of people are getting their orders canceled, and because Ford just can't get the parts they need and are behind, and so yeah, I got a used one. He says once you finish van, you should bring it to Shark Tank. I feel we need a safe disclaimer sign in there as well in case of guests. Trust the frame, but some moving parts could always break. Yeah, I had some. I had another idea last night about how I'm gonna a way to in addition to that, a way to lock the drawers that will I think is gonna work. Um, I mean, it's gonna basically have 5/16 bolts that will be in between the drawer. So theoretically, those bolts could break, but that's a steel 5/16 inch bolt and there'd be two of them that the drawer would have to bust through. So I think that's going to be a lot of protection, and especially if I have lashing as well. I think it'll be okay, assuming the whole frame doesn't rip off the walls. But it's unlikely. I mean, these 5/16 bolts are pretty hefty, and the whole frame is going to be bolted to the wall in 4 different places with like 5 bolts. It's like 20 bolts to the wall. I don't think the frame's going to go anywhere. I hope. I mean, I hope I don't get in an accident that would cause it. Rose, is the current wall um, are unable to move? Can you turn that into your instrument slider? No, because the thing is that those would be flying all over the place when I'm driving. So this style won't work. So I'm gonna have to have I'm gonna literally carve out. I'm gonna get very thick foam, 5-inch thick foam, and I'm gonna cut shapes for each of the instruments, and I'll probably have mounting points as well. And then I'll have straps as well to keep them in their foam places. That's the idea. I don't know how easy it's going to be to cut foam like that, but Rose, is we scouting of your own language with it, right? I mean, metaphorically. Well, I mean, there's singing without words and there's scatting, and there's a continuum between those. So for me, when I'm scatting, it tends to be it's like a horn player taking a solo. So I'm gonna tend to there's gonna be a lot more notes. It's gonna tend, and I'm more likely to use those sort of silly sounds. Or sillier sounds, but if I'm singing wordlessly, I'm singing in my own language. So they're different approaches. Scatting, I'm singing like a horn player. Singing wordlessly, I'm singing like a normal singer, but I'm not singing in English, if that makes sense. And I rarely do that anymore, right? I did that a lot at the first 3 years of the show, singing wordlessly, singing melodies but with no lyrics, just singing, right? Now I mostly sing lyrics, or I scat, but I don't scat very often. My skin is really dry around my nose from I'm outside a lot right now, in and out with the van. Oh, and I'm still slowly catching up. Thank you, Mirror Vision. Triskel Kid. Triskel says, have you heard of the Foxfire series on Living Rough? It would cover some of your issues on the road. I know nothing about it. Foxfire series, Living Rough. Oh, yeah, I'll check. That looks interesting. Yeah, I'll check that out. Let me write that down. Shadow. How's it going? Let's see. So this is raw virgin coconut oil. It's been good. Oh, Triskel Kid says it's from the 60s. Yeah, it's like aspects of my van are going to be very high tech, and then some aspects are very low tech, right? Because I'm going to have an awesome electrical system and internet, well, relative to what the average van life person has, because I have to have it to do the show. But I'm not going to have any plumbing. I have at this point I have no plans to have plumbing for a long time, but at least for 6 months, maybe never. I might never have plumbing. So that's a pretty big difference. I'm not going to have a dedicated cooking area like a lot of van lifers have. I'll have a little microwave that I'll use sometimes, and I guess those are the main things. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to have sort of a dining room table or anything. I'm just going to have my giant structure that's necessary to sort of do the show the way I want to do it. And oh yeah, we still have to do the New Mexico has an annual parks pass that's I think $250 or something. But if you pay for the parks pass, then you can use their campgrounds if they're available for free, and just the normal wild campground. But for an extra, I think it's $4. You can get an electrical hookup. But those campgrounds are going to have they're going to have water. They're going to have bathrooms and showers, and so I'll probably because I'm not going to have solar to start, I'll probably go to those campgrounds every once in a while to get electricity to recharge batteries, and I can shower and stuff. No, Rosen, I can only fit, all I can fit is a bucket. That's all I'm going to be able to fit. Yeah. That's all I'll be able to fit. And it'll be fine. I don't need anything. You can get a little toilet seat. I might get a toilet seat. I might not be able to fit it, so I might sort of make my own little toilet seat inside of my chair. But you basically get these liners, plastic liner, and so it's all, it's sanitary, relatively sanitary. Yeah, yeah, I'm not worried about that at all. I mean, basically, my philosophy is like, how much time do I spend on something, right? And that's how much I will devote a relative amount of space to the amount of time I'm going to spend on something, right? So, what you look at the van, and what is 90% of what you see, it's stuff basically to make it easy to do the show and to do Tommy Pneumatic, because that's me almost all my time. But the toilet is, for me, at most a couple minutes a day. And for a couple minutes a day, I don't need anything. I don't need anything special. you know? And same with cooking and eating. I generally, my entire time I spend cooking and eating is probably at most 20 minutes a day total. So I don't need anything elaborate when I'm only going to be, I mean, even 20 minutes, because my breakfast is oatmeal and that takes 2 minutes. My lunch is more elaborate. That takes about 15 minutes to make. And then, yeah. So yeah, I don't need anything elaborate. He says, can the 24/7 cam be the bucket cam? I bet there's a whole new demographic we could reach if we can keep a third of them. We are set. Yeah, I'm not sure if that demographic is going to be the I don't know. I think some of them might be extremely polite and wonderful. I'm sure. Some of them are wonderful. That we would get from a bucket cam. Doug. Mirror's bucket cam for $50 dono. I was thinking about putting a bucket and a toilet seat up on the wish list, so that somebody could say they have the honor of funding funding my bucket. But I've learned, I've seen a lot of van lifers have given the advice that the key to things not smelling is to never mix 1 and 2. Keep those separate. If you keep them separate, you're fine. So, Mirror Vision says, oh man, someone would buy it. Yeah. Yeah, I need to put it up. I just have to decide which ones. I think I'm going to get a very short bucket so I could fit under the chair. Maybe it's just the honor would be intense. Could tag the bucket. Yeah. We could have it. We could give naming rights to the bucket of being the name of the person who bought it. Or we could get a gold laminate or something. Could check for semen. Our show is live from Factory of Dreams. We did the Behemoth Experiment, Pain, the Cobra, Unfinished Dreams, a Woodland Man with Flint and Steel, and we ended on Hello Modem. Beauty. if I were if I were 25 years younger, there might be an audience for that. Let's see. Rose, how much would the bucket goal be? Oh, well, if it's a goal, if it includes naming rights, it's probably worth a lot. You know, I probably should wait. If it's just on the wish list, I mean, a bucket's like, I mean, the only ones I could find that are the right size, I think, or would be about, the bucket would be about $15, and then the toilet seat's about $15. Yeah. But yeah, if your name is gonna be put on the bucket, I think it would have to be it would definitely be a goal. That's worth a lot of money, I think. Every time I use it, I'm reminded of the person. Let's do our thank yous. Superstar Mods, Allegro, Meg, Tubi. Although, you know what I should do is it should be a new name every week. That's the key. It shouldn't be one person. That would be a waste. It should be, because that's going to be probably the most popular unlock. If it's every week you get to name the bucket, and I pull out the bucket and there's a dry erase board on it, and I I write whatever you the the person wants within the rules of the stream, you know. That's what I need to do. It's got to be an unlock, a regular, and it just stays that until it gets unlocked again. Name the honey bucket. Name the honey bucket. Yeah, that's. Name the honey bucket. I got to think like a business person, right? Dux is a regular unlock. Yeah. Name the honey bucket. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. So maybe I'll just put the honey bucket, the thing itself, on the wish list. And then the naming rights will be whenever people unlock it. Thanks, Allegro, Megs, and Tubi. Thank you to our... I think there was more than one raid, wasn't there? What, did I miss one? Well, or Tubi. It's not me, Tubi. We had the Moron Bro Show. Thank you. Donations from Allegra. Thank you. And Big Child. Thank you so much. Thanks to our subs. Whoops. Nader Chase TV. We had a gifted sub from Big Child to DJ Molehill. Media gave to Bo and Noah and to Niplar. 47 months for Father 5. 60 for Allegra. 28 for Cobra. And the Botsky. Rose says the honey bucket is a gross name. Well, isn't that what they call outhouses? They call them honey something, right? What do they call outhouses? Honey, or is it honey bucket? What honey? It's honey something. Help me out, chat. What is it? Tonight we feature the following 16: Blue, Tumbleweed in a Mudslide, Bo and Noah 251, Broom 17, Characterization of Characters, Rose and DJ Molehill, Moldy Big Child, Kantar, Keshaka, Mutant, Raisins, Molded My Molars, Niplar, Notawaker, Red Bugs and Rice, Staffy, Bad Bags, Swallow Soda, and Zophaf. Honey Wagon, thank you. Red Bugs and Rice. Honey Wagon. Blue Tumbleweed says the truck that sucks it all up is called the Honey Wagon. Yeah. So yeah, Honey Bucket, right? But it's gonna be yeah, it's, I don't know, calling out, yeah, some of y'all are probably embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed talking about this. It's just normal. It's just, we all do these things. It's not embarrassing. And for anyone who is interested in how people deal with this on the road, it's a little easier for guys, but you use something different for number one, you know, like a bottle or or they actually sell special devices that are even easier to use. When is Winnie the Pooh out of copyright? Yeah, well, the character I think is out of copyright, but the not all things related to Winnie the Pooh. Only things that were in the whatever that first book was. So, meaning things that are unique, say, to the Disney movie, are still under copyright. So you can't use the images, say, you can't use any plot devices that are in the Disney movie. You can't use anything from sequels. Yeah, 1926 it was published. Mises is a Winnie the Pooh horror movie out. It's the creepiest thing ever. Oh, but Rosen, I've seen that there is I've seen some devices that women use. There are those as well. I actually watched a video of this woman who's like she just and she was talking about using adult diapers. How it's, she said, sometimes when you're on the road, it's just really tough to find a place, and it's just easier to. And she said they're actually really comfortable, and they're designed to just soak everything up, so you don't really feel wet. And so that's an option too. Stavis says apparently there's a Pooh statue in Netherlands. Huh. Where is Winnie the Pooh? Winnie the Pooh text 1926. The free book, there it is. 1926, right? Here is Edward Bear, coming downstairs now, bump, bump, bump on the back of his head, behind Christopher Robin. It is, as far as he knows, the only way of coming downstairs, but sometimes he feels that there really is another way. If only he could stop bumping for a moment and think of it. And then he feels that perhaps there isn't. Anyhow, here he is at the bottom, and ready to be introduced to you, Winnie the Pooh. When I first heard his name, I said, just as you were going to say, but I thought he was a boy. So did I, said Christopher Robin. Then you can't call him Winnie. I don't, but you said, he's Winnie the Pooh. Don't you know what "there" means? Winnie the Pooh? Wait, that's the name? Winnie the Pooh? I wonder wonder if that's a misspelling. No, it's literally written out there. But then everywhere else it's the. Who knows? Hey, Fall Right. How's it going, Fall Right? 61 says, still around. Love, miss you, brother. Life has been so busy, and I miss being a kid with no adulting. Oh, yeah, I get that. Oh, it's good to see you. You know what I got to do, which is fun. I started learning some about. I went to a metal shop, and I learned how to use a bunch of their tools. So I can, because I'm going to be doing some. A lot of my van build is I'm using aluminum. But I learned how to use a finger brake. Is that, yeah, a brake, and a cold saw, and a iron. What's it called? Iron something. Yeah, I'll holler if I have any questions, because I'm sure I'll. But yeah, I've been learning all sorts of stuff about what gauge means, and you know, I just went to a steel yard yesterday, looking at channel, because I might need some channel. Yeah, I know. I was thinking I'm interested in. They also, at this metal shop, I could also learn how to do welding, but yeah, I'm starting with just the simple stuff. But I think, man, knowing how to weld would, there's so many opportunities, right? So many things you can do that. But Chad, if you, the reason I'm bringing this up with Farid is Farid does is an amazing metalsmith welder, builds things. But yeah, I got my van, and August is going to be all about building the basics so I can start doing shows in September. And then over the coming months, and I'm going to sort of finish all the other stuff. Forrest says, actually have a lot of welding streams coming up, several charity things and such, so I'll be live. And if you have questions, I'll hope if I can. Awesome. Oh. But yeah, I got some well, the things I need to do this week, I need to really clean the floors, and it's a relatively new far as this aluminum is awful to weld. Yeah, I'm not gonna be welding the aluminum. The aluminum is basically like Legos. You know, I'm using extruded. Have you seen extruded aluminum? So you can get attached. You get all these different ways to connect them. Yeah. So the aluminum. Yeah. Yeah. But so I'll just be using. But I may be doing. I may make my own channels. You know, use a finger brake. But if I need to go and I was going to use sort of a sheet metal to sort of potentially as a very short desk thing, very like a 9-inch thing for my keyboards. But the finger brake they have only does 4 feet. So if I was going to do if I need a little longer, I might do two pieces and weld them together. But yeah, I gotta wash the floors and then make sure there's no rust. Oh, I should send you a photo, Falrate. In the floor, I think looks pretty good. It's only a few years old, this van, but I noticed some discoloration in the cavities in a few places, and I don't know if it's rust or if it's just something else. So maybe, I don't know if you'll know, but I'll try to send a photo and maybe you could check it out. No, I'm up in northern New Mexico, Falrate, yeah. But eventually I'll be mobile, and I would love to come down to Texas at some point. I had a family member who lived in Austin, but they actually just moved. But I have another relative in around there too. But yeah, I've been to Texas a few times, but I've only been to the northern part. I'd love to explore a lot further south. I'll send you a message. Yeah. He says improv welding. So yeah, I could clean that off. Anywhere I find scratches, I'm gonna, put some Rust-Oleum. I learned about this stuff I forget what it's called. There's a few holes, not like they're holes from they were put in for the protection package, and they're not like rust holes or anything. But so I might try to cover those up. And then I gotta lay the insulation down, and then I had the floor. I had someone help me cut the floor because they did something called a lap joint, which in retrospect, there's a different kind of joint that might have, if I were to do this again, that I would use, because the lap joint is, it's gonna help a lot. But my goal, the reason I was JB Weld, yeah, that's what I got. Yeah, that's what I bought, Falrate. The two different pieces, yeah, I bought the JB Weld. And I was reading around, and people said people will use pennies, but the thing is you have to use pennies before, I think it was 1982, because they changed before 1982. I think it was pure copper or something, and after they stopped. So I found a bunch of old pennies. From very old, some were very old, 1966. Was that the oldest one? Oh no, this one was 1942. But yeah, they'll put the penny over the hole and then use the JB Weld to sort of whatever it does. Media says, what's a penny worth nowadays? Well, what's funny is that one of those older pennies is worth more because there's more copper in it. Alright, just use sheet metal? Okay, I'll just use sheet metal. But my first little project, I didn't really get a choice. They just said, this is what you're going to do to learn this stuff. I feel like a kindergartner. But this is I made this. Well, I made it in that I took scrap. I had to cut the scrap, and then I had to use finger brake to bend the edges. And You have all kinds of stuff around for it. Yeah. So yeah, clean the floors, cut the insulation, and then I'll put my wood back on. Put great stuff all around the edges of the wood so it's sealed. And then I ultimately want to put a vinyl sheet on the floor, but I might not do that right away. Since I'll be doing construction, I don't want to ruin the floor. Although I do have a nut. It made it so easy to do the floors. I have the carpet in the van that was cut to the right shape. So all I had to do is lay the wood down and trace. You know, you see people that don't have that and they're using cardboard. They're, it's trying to get their shape. Oh, thanks, Paul Ray. Rose is 82 and before is mostly copper, about 95%. Savage, are you going to use that tray? What is it? I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'll probably just give it back to them to use as scrap. If I don't really have need for a tray. Yeah. Yeah, and then I need to build a box for my electrical and set up the electrical, and then that frame. That frame, I think, is going to be really fast to set up. Rose, are you going to make new window covers? I don't think. It was pretty tedious making them, and it took a really long time, and I could tell they would not have lasted. I mean, as it turned out, I used them twice, but I could tell they would not last long if I was using them all the time. So I might actually buy, because you need something that's going to fit and not fall out. The window covers are very important in terms of controlling temperature, so I'll probably buy something. Oh, sounds good, Farah. Yeah, it was great to see you. Have a good rest and work tomorrow. Well, great to see you. Yeah, have a good one. Oh, thanks, Far. Yeah, I will. I will. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll take that picture and send it to you to start because that's something I need to deal with right away because I'm going to be covering it up. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, Farah, you've been amazing. I really appreciate everything you've done for me and the channel. Thank you. Let's see. Uh, I still think early September is possible. There is a very small chance that something's going to happen. I'm going to need it. There's a very very small chance, but that I might have to go away for a brief period to take care of something, but to help with something. But so that would definitely push things by a couple weeks. But if that doesn't happen, you just stretch. Yes. I mean, we probably should wind down in a second anyway. So, as far as this, really tried to win that Powerball the other night. It's over $1 billion, right? Crazy. What a crazy amount of money. $1 billion. It's funny. I think if you ever seen the visual representations of sort of the wealth of different people, and I think what a lot of people don't realize the difference between 1 million and 1 billion. Like it is. It's just like our minds cannot comprehend. Oh, did someone win? Far right, someone won it. Was it just one ticket? But that it was right. Did they know they've sold the ticket, right? But it might be someone bought the ticket and lost it and doesn't even know that they could have been a billionaire. Like that. Or can you imagine that poor guy who threw away, all those bitcoins on a hard drive in a dump because we could have so many parabolic sliders. We'd have the van and a parabolic slider. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man. Oh, at least we could have background music, right? Okay, take care, Fall Right. Rosen, it's a very very small likelihood. I don't know. It would be kind of thing where it would happen when it has to happen. Yeah. So I'm not sure. It probably won't be an issue. It probably won't happen, but it's just. His record cannot be modified. What? Oh, I know why. Hey, Correct Some Age, how are you? I don't know why it popped into my head recently, but I was thinking more about doing the online role-playing stuff, which I started experimenting with a couple years ago, and then I never really finished developing the idea. I can't remember if I think this. I remember having this idea before. I don't know if I ever talked about it, but it was when I do the improvised stories. I was thinking how people basically sign up to either be a storyteller or a player. And if you're a storyteller, you get to submit ideas that I can incorporate into the adventure. And if you're a player, you get to vote on making decisions when there's time to make decisions. You know, what do you do, where do you go, things like that. Because I think that might be a fun way to have different ways that you can participate. And I've thought about having multiple characters, but the problem with having multiple characters, it would really slow down the storytelling. And I think having just one character that chat controls would make things. But I'm talking about this, but this might be 6 months, 2 years, 5 years from now. I don't know. Okay. Rosen, yeah, I think it'd be more fun if it's one or the other. Yeah. Music, we also have goblins and monkey wrench characters who influence story in tiny ways. Well, Rosen, it'd be available to, like, everyone could participate. Everyone could be either we could have, well, we need at least one player, but it would just mean that you can run different commands. If you're a player, you can vote and you can run commands. If you're a storyteller, you can make story suggestions, and maybe there's votes that storytellers would have at certain points as to what happens next. We could have, Roses wants to do both. Well, the idea is you could do different things, different streams. It would not be you sign up for the rest of your life. It would be just each role-playing stream, you make a decision at the beginning of the stream what you want to do, and then that's what you are for that whole stream. So this is Wander Home is a nice storytelling world for multiple players. Rose, if I knew the background, well, because it would be improv, so we'd be starting from scratch every time. It'd be just developing it as it happens. Yeah, I mean, we might develop a world over time, right? In three-dimensional. I think that would be fun to create canon. No, but world build. Rosie, we do a test stream? Well, it's far in the future. It's far in the future. Well, I mean, if things suddenly change and get easy, then it could be tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but it could be within 2 months or something. But I have to focus on getting more people here as soon as possible, ASAP. And I think the best bet is with Tommy and I'm gonna try doing this ETC Kid stuff that I've been thinking about on all the short form places. Music with story and music be separate. What if you got story influenced music? So we could, for instance, suggest ideas fitting the scene together. Maybe. I mean, I generally like doing things separate, But something like that might be fun once or twice, to see what it's like. But I feel like when I try to do multiple things at the same time, I generally, I feel like I'm sacrificing one or the other, or both. So I don't know if we'd regularly do it, but it would be fun to try it once or twice and see how it is, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, man, I had all of these ideas I was starting to work on with the story. I was going to build this whole sound effects system where I could just trigger different background sounds for different settings. And yeah, I remember I started working on that, I think. I don't even know where that stuff is. This is about what viewers want. Yeah, I know. I'm not good at catering, unfortunately. I obviously, obviously, I have. But it'll be interesting to see. I don't think that the van itself is going to magically make things better, but I do think we're going to get at least a tiny bit more drop in traffic. I don't think it'll be enough to make on its own to make a difference, but I think it'll help a little bit. But it's really going to be Tommy Nomadic and me finally doing a ton of ETC Kids social media for anything to happen. Write down the ideas. This kind of stuff, it's just rolling around in my head. It'll come back. It's sort of, sometimes I don't like writing down ideas because I have thousands of ideas written down, literally. And sometimes it's better to just let things sort of, marinate in your brain, and then they'll come back when it's the right time, if it makes sense. Like that idea came back to me even though I hadn't written it down. I'd thought about it a long time. So I'm sure if it'll come back again. Did I say? I'm getting tired. I can't remember if I said hi, but I'll say hi. That Madison. How are you doing? Oh yeah, Craig's wrote, it's tough to find time for all the ideas. Rose says, will Tommy Pneumatic characters also interact with story? No, I don't think so. No. I tend to like, if you know it, I tend to like things to be separate. I tend to like, this happens, this is over here. I don't talk when I'm playing music. I yeah. So the role playing would be totally independent. Well, that's not necessarily. I mean, I have thought about having a wizard type character on Tommy Pneumatic that's not comedy like the other thing, or attempts at comedy. And I could see potentially that same wizard doing the role playing things too, as sort of the storyteller, sort of. So I could maybe see crossover in that kind of thing, but I don't see I'm not really interested in telling stories about any of the Tommy Pneumatic characters. They exist on Tommy Pneumatic, and well, Rosen, once I am in the van and focusing again on Tommy, I think we'll have more dedicated streams where chat. You can make suggestions, or we can talk about stuff as a community. Let's see. Do a raid. Whoops. Um, who are we gonna raid? Okay. Let's do raid somebody new. This guy is spitting drums and bass, UK garage, left field. Oh, Tommy, I gave up on Instagram. I gave up. It's unbelievable. I signed up for a Tommy Pneumatic account on Instagram, but I didn't use it right away. And I guess they thought it was a spam account, but I didn't use it. I literally signed up and then never used it. And then I tried, because I was just reserving it. And then I tried to when I was ready, which was I guess 5 or 6 months later, yeah. And I sent, and it was annoying is they said you have to verify that you're legit. So I literally sent a photograph of myself holding. They tell you to do these certain steps. I sent them tax stuff. They requested tax, and then they never did anything. It was pretty frustrating. Make a new account, yeah. It's just annoying. I had Tommy Pneumatic and everything. Now it'll be Tommy Pneumatic 1. Although the word is Instagram is maybe going the way of MySpace pretty soon. It seems like social media, they have a natural life cycle. It'll seem like the thing's going to last forever, right? Like MySpace seemed like it was going to be forever. And then just like that, it was gone. Facebook was dominant. Facebook is still huge, but it seems like, especially, I feel like most people I know don't really use it anymore. I never really used it outside of, I think I created a personal account 8 years ago and I never used it. And then I created something for Etc. Kid. But yeah, Facebook is dying. It's going to take a while for them to fully die because they've got so much money, but who knows? Or else there's sometimes fish with a lot of tax stuff, yeah. Well, I forget what it was. They needed something sort of proving that I'm a legit business or something. Okay. Thanks, everyone. This metaverse is going to be the biggest corporate cesspool ever, and then the internet dies. That's me being optimistic. Yeah, I really don't see that thing working out for... I could see that kind of thing working, but not from that company. It's going to be some other company, some smaller, someone, it's just... I think it's very difficult for a company that large to do something that's going to require a tremendous amount of innovation for it to work. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Hope to see y'all on Saturday. Have a wonderful whatever comes next. Are you about to raid? Yeah, we're ending. Oh, thank you, those former dogs. Hope you had a great stream. Okay, take care, everyone. Bye.